This game is loud. Holy. Okay, that seems better. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's good. All right. Discuss the game on Discord. I may do that after, depending how this is. Welcome on in. We're back with a Mystery Monday. I wasn't going to stream this week, but most of my responsibilities I would have to do other than streaming have been moved, so except for the one on Wednesday. Ugh. I'll put that there. We're good, we're good, we're good. This is good, this is good. Seeing this increases the difficulty of the game. That's a good question. Let's see. When I played Golden Idol, it was, I had hints on the how many more leads I had. When I played Obadin, I was something to eat on the side too here. I ordered some Indian food, which I put with some food I already had here. Good shit. Back to Manor Handle. Can't let the food distract me. Okay, I am going to keep this on because if it's on by default, then that's the normal mode, and I want to play this as if this is the normal mode. If there's a hurt, but the chances of me coming back to this game and playing it again are low. So I should do this in hard mode because I'm not sure if I need help, I'll put it on. Okay. Okay, the Roottrees are dead. What happened? The plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. The only passengers were Carl Roottree, his wife Brenda, and their 3 daughters, known as the Rootree sisters. Carl Roottree was the president of the Rootree Candy Company, and it's not clear who will succeed him. So far, local police are not sure what caused the crash. Here's the crash site. Where's that? Is that LA? Oh, Pittsburgh. Duh. Pittsburgh. They're calling it one of the most deadly plane crashes in Pennsylvania's history. All passengers and crew perished. Pittsburgh is generally known for pleasant flying conditions, and the weather was not atypical for this time of the year. I'm going to turn on slightly more. Yeah. We do not know much at this time, but our sources tell us that the authorities do not suspect terrorism. The crash did not cause any local property damage, and fortunately, nobody outside the plane was hurt. Funeral plans have not been announced, but you can be sure that the Butler County Times will cover it the best of our abilities. County Times, 1.5. $1.50 for... How's that? Is that how much the newspaper is going for? This is 1998. Okay. Okay. There's a Roottrees are dead, and then the Roottree Mania. Huh. So let's try the Roottrees are dead. Hope I don't regret eating this chicken tikka masala because I got the medium spiciness. I'm a very mild guy. Starting up. Club going up on December 6th.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Oh, he said the title. Hey there.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
So we're like the family lawyers. Okay.
I've heard you're an
Inheritance
expert in
lawyers?
sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Symbols are in birth order. Oldest to youngest. Okay, examine evidence, search the internet, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Okay. Okay, neat. Alright. So one of them is married to a spouse. Okay, unknown name, unknown occupation. I'm assuming if there's a spot for them, that means they probably have occupation unless known otherwise. Evidence I have. Okay. The person who hired you gave this photo with the note attached. Got milk picture. This was taken for the shoot of the Roottrees sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches, on which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottrees is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. I'm assuming the accessories are going to be important because really it is going to be hard to tell the difference between these three people otherwise. She's got a watch. Oh, already. She's got a ring. Okay. So I'm assuming this one's the one who's married. We're gonna make a lot of assumptions here. Okay. What does this do? Okay, listen names. Oh boy. You need to fill the family tree. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. So for items, so text items, so everything. Okay. So okay. Just the internet. Before I do that, let's do something. So this is family tree, evidence, PC. Okay, so if I go here, if it goes to the internet, it's gonna be the PC. Home, which is everything here. This is the notepad. Page types can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Oh, they want us to take notes. Oh boy. Whew. Hiding text in your web browser. Or evidence for the quick option to highlight, add it to your notes. Oh, that's really handy. Shit, damn. Wish the other games had stuff like that. Well, they weren't built to have to deal with that. The entire contents of your notepad are saved, and if you quit the game, don't forget to check them when you return. A reminder, siblings. People that share the same parents. Cousins. People share the same grandparents, but not the same parents. Second cousins. Oh, okay, we're going into that type of stuff. People that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Third cousins. People that share the same great-great-grandparents, but not the same great-grandparents. American school terms. K to, okay, cool. K to 12 is K to 12. That includes a school age from 5 to 18. Schools produce yearbooks, which are albums. Okay, we know what yearbooks are. Okay. So if I add a page, delete page, welcome. Okay. Oh boy, if they're giving us notes like this. Okay. Okay, rubber duck is the hint stuff. Cue the music playing. Okay. All right. So let's check the internet for clues right now. Oh boy. Okay. Welcome. Welcome to the information superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web. Any, you say? Okay. Even those with high resolution images. Ooh. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to visit a search result, be sure to use Netscape, not Netscape, Netscape Explorer's new history feature. God, I miss Netscape. Happy surfing, and remember, cashew PCs are delicious. What? Cashew PCs are inedible. Don't try to eat your computer. Okay. You can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Sorry, this text can't be highlighted. Try to search result instead. I'll try it again. All right. Okay, so let's look up Roottrees. Ready? The first few pages are filled with news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about the various products made by the Roottrees Candy Company. Most articles mention Carl Roottrees, who is president of the Roottrees Candy Company. His daughters are also eulogized. Collectively referring to the Roottrees sisters, have been famous from a very early age. Okay. So... oh, cool. Highlight, copy. Okay, so delete page. Okay. Hold on. Let's try this. Spider search. Okay. So let's go back to the evidence. Wait. Oh. Oh. Is that how you do it? Oh, okay. Okay, well, first off, we know... was it this girl? I think, is that the one? Yeah, she's the one with the wedding ring, so... okay. But we don't know the rest of them. Right? So we know she's the first one because she's married. And they wouldn't give you a hint, once again, of there being a wedding ring unless the person was married. But the names, occupations from the photos. Okay. Didn't we hear the names of the people? Like, in the thing? Okay, so we'll do... how about Roottrees sister names. Okay, Roottrees sisters. Okay, yeah. There are a lot of pictures that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You can also come across an unofficial Roottrees fan site seemingly created by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Rihanna is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is the middle child, like me. Yippee! Thank you for this information. You might think they are rich because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, that's very important, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, and I try to dress in plaid Root clothes, Root.clothes, like Riley does in most of the posters. Sometimes I want to go get my ears pierced just like Rose. website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay, so first off, Reina, I guess we'll say it. Let's go back to evidence. Let's go to this, and let's go down to that copy. Okay. Oh, okay. I just do this. Oh, cool. Okay. So that's her, right? Oh, that's good. If I can just select from something. Who's the middle top? Rose. It's a weird name. That's a weird way to spell that. What? Rose is the middle child. But okay. Okay, if we can't get that, then let's look at Bruno immediately. Riley is the smart one. Okay, Riley Roottrees. Usually Hoties. Ooh. Okay. Alright. I see. Rose is probably not. Doesn't blade root. Oh, yeah, that's how they find. Okay, so this person is root. Right? So that's played. That's her, which makes by plus elimination, that makes you Riley. Okay. Married to TMS. Let's go. Let's look at. I'm guessing this is Thomas guy, Thomas Sheridan. You know what? We can confirm this. MS. Yep. TMS is a common abbreviation for the early 90s teen heartthrob Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use and more recently his relationship with Reina Roottrees. After a short engagement, they married in 1997, when she was only 19 and he was 23. Oh! The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. That's gonna come relevant later. Rose. Rose Roottrees. Okay. So that's the hard one. All right. Age. Ray. Oh, geez. This is what happens when I eat spicy food. Okay. That's all I get when I look up Reina Roottrees? Okay, well. Riley Roottrees then? Okay, well, boot. Good point. Boot dot. Cool company. Goes for children. Okay. You spy the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly in the catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina. Brenda Roottree. Brenda Roottree, the Roottrees sister mothers and Boot Head's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site also says the only time her daughter was ever called by her birth name, Carly Roottree. Okay. Okay. Model. Figure out what's incorrect. Wait, shit, hold on. Hold up. Rose is the middle child. God damn it. So that's you. Is that you? Which is you, Carly. Which is you, Riley. Figure out what's incorrect. Roottree Raina, Roottree Carly, Roottree Riley. Right? Because I don't get my ears pierced like Rose. Oh, come on. Are you? She's the only one with her ears pierced. So she's got to be here. Because Rose has to be the middle child. So she has to be Rose. Which means that this is her. Is that what played is? I thought played was... Hold on. I thought she said that Riley was the one who had played. Oh yeah, I want to played root colors. What does played look like? What the fuck? I'm terrible when it comes to fashion. Yeah, that's played. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so let's assume that this is you. Okay. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Yippee! You've also unlocked the following optional entry. Time at Sheridan. Okay. So it's like Obra Dinn in the fact that like you're accumulating information as you go, and once you get information, you lock it in so you don't have to worry about manipulating it in the future. Okay. That's why they compare it to Obra Dinn.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Yeah. Well, let me eat some more, lady.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. Family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Wait, we only have 3 kids.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Oh, I mean, I'm definitely gonna 100% this, so. At some point, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break to clean this bowl. Because you know what happens when you like leave a bowl with like the leftover gunk of food in it and it hardens a little bit. It's a lot more messy to
You
clean.
now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Okay.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
But Buck says that she's like a part of the Vucci family. And that's why they're not showing her face.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Alright. Okay. 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 Oh, it can't be that bad. How many are there? Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. Not bad. Not. Whew. Okay. Well, okay. 3 out of 9 before the person you hired returns. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family completely correct, they'll be locked in. Any non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. If I get someone right, if I get like these guys right that are not important, if I get 3 of them right, are they locked in or are they not? Because that would be kind of annoying if they're not. Anyway, let's get the obvious one here. Brenda, where are you, Brenda? Brenda? I'm guessing it's you, Brenda, right? Once you verify this person, you're able to add bonus photos. Interesting. Okay, well, we know who this guy is. This guy is a CEO. It's called Roottrees. Okay. Okay. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at the door and said the Lord's going to sort the family tree. Okay. Okay. Story so far. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Roottrees 5 pieces. So what I'm thinking, hold on, let me look it back here. 5 children. Who had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay, so 5 pieces came out during this time because there were 5 children. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Roottrees thing goes by back far. Okay. What about Roottrees? Coral. Elias Gwyneth Rootree, Gwyn Rootree, Red Rootree, Jim Rootree. Hey, Jim! Lauren Rootree, Miracle Jr. Interesting. Any entry in the family tree that belongs to someone on the list will be marked as a star. Noble Roottrees will be crossed out after they are verified and unlocked. I forgot, is the star thing, is that the 3 I have to get? Oh, it doesn't matter. It just has to be any, okay. Right. So, Brenda White, Carl Rootree. So I should start by looking into Carl Rootree and see if I can think about. Okay. President of the Rootree Candy Company, as well as clothing company Root Dot, would co-founder with his wife. Okay. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year. Okay. Okay. Maybe periodical added, but business watch. Elias Rootree. They've been around for over 100 years in one form or the other. Only 2 Roottrees have been featured. One's Elias and one's Carl. Okay. So great-grandfather, right? So, father, grandfather, great-grandfather. Oh, okay, well. Elias Rootree. I'm guessing this is, hold on, let me check this out, another Gwyneth, because sometimes they do that. They did that. So there's 2 Gwyneths. So I had to figure out which Gwyneth. Okay. So let's try searching up Gwyneth Anderson. Before marrying Elias. Done. Gwyneth Rootree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as an older sister, she was inherit the Anderson maple farm. So long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias' idea to create candy instead. The success was not immediate, but until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. But the Rootree Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm and has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to the website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off the many turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the 1900s. Huh. I wonder if I can find something about the tour itself. Okay, taken in 1909. With searching the internet, it would seem difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list. Okay. Okay. So Gwyneth Anderson. Is it housewife? Okay, housewife. Elias Rootree. I mean. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. So CEO is different than president. Okay, so I'm guessing the 5th president, 4th, 3rd. Well, he's not he has to be the 5th. He has to be the last president, right? Because he can't be the 2nd last because they would have mentioned the last one. The whole thing wouldn't happen if he wasn't the last president. So he has to be the 5th president. And you have to be the 1st. So if I get your picture, or I already have your picture. Okay, so I need to find your picture, which shouldn't be that hard. Oops. Periodical Business Watch. Okay. Ah. Where are you? There you go. Alright. Oh, Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for about corporate leaders. Let's skip some of this stuff. Carl was chosen not to work at was chosen not for his work at Root Company, but rather his clothing company, Root. Okay. Before they married, Brenda was a fashion consultant. Okay. When he was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. So I'm guessing occupation, is that occupation current occupation, or I'm assuming current? Looking at the creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. When his new clothes were a hit among the parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees, okay, notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina, Root's Bread. Okay. 1982, Brenda's parents were recopied by the brands, being the man Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., okay, who was kind of president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives refused to fund anything other than candy. So Carl recently spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. But the profits began to appear, the rest of the family changed the tune. You fucking losers! You fucking losers! Well, we don't want to do anything other than candy. He fucking starts taking money. Oh, actually, we want to do stuff with clothing. Fuck you. They repaid his investment. Yeah, you better fucking do that. And now Root Dot exists, the umbrella of the candy company. God, fucking capitalism all here. Okay, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became the catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. The younger sister was then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Oh, okay, it was personal gambling and entering quick payoff. Yeah, okay, I understand that now. All right, so knowing that, 1987. Okay, so we have information that we got from here. Not only did we get the picture, which would have been good enough, but we know his wife was a fashion consultant. Do we call that? I think we're gonna keep it as her being fashion consultant, right? We know that he has a cousin named Carl who's a singer. We know he has a second cousin named Ernie Jr. Okay, so what we'll do, okay, so we take this and then we'll do highlight. Okay. And then we'll do this. Okay. On. There we go. Okay. Anyone that we find that's a cousin, we'll put there. Sweet home Alabama. All right. So one of his cousins. So he had, look at my notes again. Jim Roottrees, and so one of these guys is Jim. We know that this person, we know that, okay, this person cannot be Jim. It has to be one of these two people who is a cousin to Carl, because this person has to have a daughter. This person has no children. So one of these two is Jim Roottrees. Before that, though, Okay. Yeah, this is so overdone. They could not determine how they died, because that would be a fucking hassle. Okay. Family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Okay. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Oh, I don't even have to put a thing for her anyway. All right. How do I leave this? Okay. Quiet, girl. Interesting. The Montjoys. Mystery Comics. Tales of Suspense. Okay. 7:49 p.m. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Alphabet Davis in the race name of the Genesis. Alphabet Davis. Family Doku. Alphabet Davis. Alphabet Davis. Who are you, Alphabet Davis? Davis. Oh, Rubik's Cube. Password. Okay. Oh. Oh, hey, new game. Let's go. What's it about? Ever heard this one before? Welcome in, Faye. So this is called The Roottrees Are Dead. I don't know if you've ever seen me play Return of the Obra Dinn, or you probably hear when I played Golden Idol. It's like those games. It's a logic 'em up, as I saw someone coin it. So I have to determine. Oh, let me turn off the big. Hold on, go back over here. Okay. All right. So I have to determine. So this guy called Roottrees died. He was in a plane crash. He died alongside his wife Brenda and his 3 daughters, Raina, Carly, and Riley. Carly, everyone calls Rose. It's family inheritance. It's old fucking money, family inheritance. So I have to determine the family tree to determine who gets what. After the whole family has been filled in, there's 2 names that must be typed in manually. Who's obscure, haven't intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Interesting. Fine. So yeah, determine who gets the candy company / clothing company. Because this guy, his like great grandfather Elias, made a candy company, and then later on down the line, he decided to make it also into a clothing company, and he became even bigger. And yeah, that's the story. So what are the leads I have right now? Okay. Business watch. Just look up this information. Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen a game where you have to determine who gets inheritance before. Normally it's just find the killer. Yeah. It usually is just like, oh, just like what happened, right? And if you ever look up Return of the Obra Dinn, which when did I stream that? Was it like this year? No, I think it was last year I streamed that game. But like it's very similar in the fact that what I have to do is I match up like 3 people. It's hard to get their face, their name, and the occupation. If I get 3 people, they get locked in if they're correct. So it's a lot of, I won't say guesswork. It's a lot of like logic work. So you had to think about it and be like, oh, what could be the answer for these? Okay, so let's look up Jim Roottrees. What is that? Oh, yeah. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rolling On Down the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Yeah, I love those type of games. I might grab that one. Oh yeah, it's really good. Obra Dinn is so far the hardest mystery game I've played. I've played it over 3 times. Restreaming it was my 3rd time trying to play it, but it was a good. It took a while, but it was good. And then Golden Idol is good, but Golden Idol is significantly easier than Obra Dinn, in my opinion. Obra Dinn made you fucking work. Golden Idol made you kind of try to work. I had to brute force a little bit of things to Golden Idol, but Obra Dinn made me fucking like scour things all over. And this, from what I've seen of it, seems like it's getting closer to Obra Dinn. Although Jim writes the majority of his songs, plays a guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by the fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of the music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music in the 80s and 90s. Other songs you can find on the Cherry Tree or Sound of Laughter. Jim's come with clues has made public appearance since 1996. Okay, so Diamond LaRue, and then if I get that, that's the same answer. Okay, so oh, hold on. Jim and Diamond. Only the great grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. Okay. Rolling On Down the City was barely a top 20 hit in the weeks 1979. Okay. Golden Idol seemed a bit easy at times with the puzzles I saw. Yeah, it's because the way that Golden Idol worked felt very it's just Mad Libs on crack, which, mind you, it's so good. I like the mystery in it. I like the deductive reasoning to it degree, but it's basically that on crack. And you can like the one thing that I think that made it easier, I think, is the fact that you can only put in, like, they divided up the names and the types and like the names, the types, and like the verbs. Yeah. So like nouns, adjectives, and verbs kind of into, or different types of words into different colorings. So you can look at the, like, what you had to do will be like red, which is like, you know, the name, and gray and blue and yellow, right? And you can look at those and kind of get a sense based off of the words already provided in that like sentence structure and be like, okay, like this person, red, did this to red, which resulted in them having a, you know, yellow, which was like the idol, like the noun most of the time was a golden idol, right? And once you do that, you already have a basic idea of what the sentence structure is. So all you have to do, like, mentally is think of the fact, like, okay, I have to know what, like, I don't have to know too much. I just have to know how to match the sentence structure correctly. It's less of you figuring out what happened and more of you figuring out what makes the sentence work. Yeah. It was all sorted and made it easy. Half the time we were just putting words together with just golden idol. Exactly. This, on the other hand, already I can tell it's harder because of the fact that like I have to physically search, which I really like. I have to physically search down anything I want to find. But I don't want to copy that for later. And this makes it more like a detective game in terms of being like, if I would say, if the Case of the Golden Idol was a mystery game, I would say Obra Dinn and this are more detective games. And I feel like there's a difference. You know, solving a mystery doesn't necessarily make something a detective game in my mind. It makes it kind of like, you have to make, sometimes you have to make some leaps of logic, but like it's different than like this, we have to actually investigate the things. Clues aren't just like you see a highlighted word, you click it, and then it gets added to your list of words you can mad lib. Mind you, I still really do like playing Case of the Golden Idol. I thought it's a good game. I just thought that I felt like Obra Dinn was a lot more precise in terms of being a game that made you think. Oh, they even give the lyrics too. Damn. Okay. I should check it out, but I have played Ghost Trick. Where did I do that? I streamed that. I played it once through my younger years, and then I streamed it. So playing it a second time. November of 2023. I need to upload my VODs. At this point I have 2 full years with the VODs, because I have the back half of 2023, all of 2024, and then what I have so far 2025 VODs I need to upload onto YouTube. But yeah, it's one of the first games I actually played with, I think, this model too. I love that game though. Really good. Really fucking good. Made by I think it's made by the Ace Attorney director, if I'm correct. What was I gonna do? Oh. Also, this music slaps. Okay. We might want to upload them, because isn't Twitch doing a thing with VOD storage now? So VODs have always been 90 days. VODs have always, is it 90 days? I think that's 90 days. So you once you have VODs for 90 days, they're gone. Luckily, how I have with OBS working is that I stream and record at the same time. So I have every single VOD except for one. Which one? No, even the Hallmark one. The Hallmark one's not saved on Twitch, but I saved that locally on hard drives, we'll say. They take up a lot of space because each hour that I stream is basically a gigabyte. So I need to dump them onto YouTube and then also dump them into like a dedicated, like extremely big hard drive at some point, which is going to be like my biggest purchase ever. I'm probably gonna get like a 5 terabyte, 10 terabyte thing. Yeah, it is expensive. Actually, I'm gonna move the chat over here so it doesn't get. There we go. Probably better. Do a quick test. Yeah, it's a little better, I think. What was I gonna say? But I've been sitting on them, procrastinating on putting them onto my VOD channel, which I have. Is in my Twitch thing. I have, but like I've been sitting on that for ages because I've been like, oh, I want to make custom thumbnails. And at this point, I'm like, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna make custom thumbnails for these things. You're just gonna upload them and then maybe like move the thumbnail to be like a certain part of the screen, and then do that, and then you get to accept the fact that also 80 to 90% of your VODs are probably scuffed as hell. So what's it do? Jim and I'm assuming it's you. You can also add thumbnails after. That's true. The problem is that I have, hold on, pause for a second. I'll tell you exactly how much I have. I have a total of an uploaded VODs. Let's take this number, take that number, take this number. Let's not count today. Well, let's say after today, I will have what is that? What's that? 16? Oh, I can't math right now. 213 VODs. So I'm pretty flipping sure. So I'm in quite the conundrum. Yeah. Like I said, I procrastinate a little too much. Upload daily at that point. Yeah, I should. I should start doing that. I may do, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna do months per week when I start. So I'll do every single one for a month in a week, and then the next week I'll do another month, and then next week I'll do another month, and I may do a month a day. A month a day is probably good. Yeah, because if I do a month a day, I'll catch up by the end of the month. Yeah, that works. But it also depends on how much YouTube will allow. Who is your dad? Who is your dad? Okay. Shit. What information do I have? Green Roottrees, Red Roottrees, Jim Roottrees, Lauren Roottrees, and Michael Jr. Okay. So I know who Jim is. Okay. I don't know which one Jim is. Right? I can make an assumption here, right? And I can assume that this person is Jim Roottrees. So let's look into, hold on. Oni Jr. Weren't you in the thing? Weren't you in the, no, you're not in here. Okay, so let's not focus on Ernie right now, because he's probably important, but they haven't given me a thing for that yet. Wait, hold on. Go back. The person you hired, these people, the entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on the list will be marked with a star. Okay, so that labels it down. Okay, well, that made that much easier. Okay, so this has to be Jim Roottrees because he's the only cousin that's marked with a star. It can't be him because Jim has a daughter. It can't be him because he doesn't have a star. So this must be Jim Roottrees. But that's interesting. Why would you give me? Ernie could be a real name. I think it has some nicknames. Oh, these are the things. So I have an unknown name. I can check to see what all the names in the database I have. So I don't have Ernie, so it could be Ernest. Maybe. Why would you give me a thing for that if it's not? Diamond. Lowu. Roottrees. James Roottrees. Singer. Performer. Musician. That has to be Jim, right? Is he? So let me look into, if that's the case, let me look into Wall Street look up Gwen Roottrees. What? Hold on, did I spell that right? GWYN. Oh, hold on, let's copy. So let's do this. Fire search. Okay. Iolicious Hearing Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and was a politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was an ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what people could contend to be the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. Oh boy. That'll get you fired. Then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was really coincidence. It was defeated in a landslide. Okay, so he is not related to the Roottrees? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Jim should be James because Jim can be a nickname for Jimmy. Jimmy Hendrix. James Hendrix. I share a birthday with that guy. So Jimmy, yeah, it's Jimmy Hendrix. Oh, okay. What does the bomb mean? I guess that probably means that's fake. Lauren Roottrees. Okay. Lucky? Hee. You could always search it. You could always go on Wikipedia if you search your birth. If you search the date of your birth, like that's not the year, but just the date, you find out what events have happened on that day and who was born and who died on that day. So for me, I got Jimi Hendrix, Bruce Lee, and Bill Nye. Which basically, not counting Jimi Hendrix, the other two I'll do very much describe parts of my life. I got a bad one. Oh boy. You probably have some good ones. Like a good like celebrity or something. You may get bad celebrities in there, but you may get some good ones. A distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Distant, I don't know how distant that means. Novel book, A Life Between Wars. I'll be that for later. According to the website about famous authors, 1960s, she was released a few romance novels under the married name Lauren Rafferty to little fanfare. When a publisher learned that she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name Lauren Roottrees to take advantage of her family's notoriety. Looks at her diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and a mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it's found a new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, the publisher released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the release up with writing of 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. There are no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay. Okay, so we have Lauren, we have Rafferty, so we know who that person is. We know around the time when she was doing stuff, because if we know that this is 1986, and she talked about how her husband died in World War II. Okay, if her husband died in World War II, which is what, the 40s, right? So she's probably of like Carl's parents' age, right? Is my guess. So We also can do a life between wars. Okay, and then lore and Roottrees. So we have public library. Okay. This book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that's a full-page, high-quality pictures in it. Woohoo! Holy shit, we're printing a lot. Also, yeah, this game is set in 98. Supposedly, this game was originally like a web game, and then they expanded on it and they made it a Steam game, which is nice. Okay. Okay. So that's Lauren Roottrees, and I'm assuming that's her husband, something Rafferty. Oh, Jacob Rafferty. Okay. 1965, 1940, and 1965. Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Love seeing the 90s computer. I know, right? My chat, like when you type in chat and it shows up on like the stream, the chat widget I got, the style that I'm using for this is Windows 95 is what it's called. I think, or Windows 98. W95 or W98. Lauren was pregnant. Son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried, only had one child. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, it's really cool. I want to keep that style for how I do my stuff. I should invest in that, getting a stream overlay that suits that type of idea. Granddaughter of Elias and Graneth on her father's side. Okay. Her mother's family was called the Castles, but she really was hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer of the Roottrees Candy Company and helped with the create a legal document with the name Clans Trust. Okay. It is clear from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children was by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation, and then the 3 spirits, the generation after Lauren's. So what we should do is, here's what I would do. Page. Five pieces. And then next generation. And then the 3 spirits. I mean, I actually need these. These may be good to categorize stuff. Can I like move this up? Oh shit, damn, I can. That's nice. And put that there. So next, okay, that's good. All right. Okay, so here's what we would do. No. Can I like go to 5 pieces and then do? Okay. 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 God, the fucking note-taking system in this is so fucking nice. Okay. Wait, why is it? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I copy the whole entire thing? No, I can't. Okay, Lauren's diary contains labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Caption: this picture was famous from in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay, it was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the newer house that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which we didn't go over well, so to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Okay, so. Whew, okay. Oh, Eli Jr., like Elias Jr. Okay, so open up my notebook. 5 pieces. Elias Jr. Okay. Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay. I can't edit it. That's one thing that sucks. Miracle. Okay. Next generation. I'm gonna say Angie. Okay. I think since they're not calling Mr. Moden they're not calling Mr. Moden like Uncle Morden, then he's probably not a relative. Okay. Lauren's diary contains some little pictures. This is the next generation. Caption: an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our next generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted on. Okay. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. So we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Okay. So Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. Enough answered why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all those years. No, that makes sense. Okay, so one of these guys is okay. So the next generation, Angie, Gwen, wanted Eli. So the way I left. Including Sam. So Miracle is also in this photo. I guess the 4 of us clumped together. Oh, that's zoom like this. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so I'm guessing this is Lauren. And fucking let's go back here. I'm guessing this is Miracle. Right. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Complaints. Okay. The entry seems to focus specifically on the Lauren family's members, Gwen, who is on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has someone to complain about. Gwen, as the only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after the 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing. Okay, younger brothers. But it felt on deaf ears. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, Okay, so we'll go back to 5 pieces. Okay. I hope that I would be the sister I never had, and that would be this name for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. Okay, so that blonde hair. What a mess, but she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her rigid stares at me even now on my coffee table. She gets to be in starlit and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in the world? But I'm off topic. The girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by a terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born to a family that could support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complain, they'd be rightfully scoffed just like I do at Gwen. It's nice that she has a good head on her shoulders to be like, understand that she's like coming from like a place of like privilege with her like family dynasty. So she has like legitimate qualms about being the fact that like, I'm just like being a housewife. But at the same time, she's recognized as like, but I am also a rich ass housewife. Like, dynasty. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding onto it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers. Okay. All right. Hold on. So let's put this 5 pieces. Okay. So with the 5 pieces fusing the step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should have stayed with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. Interesting. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the... Okay, so let's go and put that into next generation. Okay. All right. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad always had a very particular views when it came to his bloodline. Yeah, it's called being a rich old dude. I asked Clancy if it were to came up that a woman would take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach and the next oldest of all, but he just laughed. Yeah, that sounds about right for this age. I'll never forget the cuss words Pup used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back maybe they wanted to go to the only member of the family that looks like he samples the product. Damn, son. Okay. This fucking family's got issues. Okay, from a previous entry, we learned that Elias Roottrees has given in to his wife and announced that Sam, the obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Probably one that has been pushing to include Sam for quite a time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother too. But I was told trim their branches in the family tree, so why is Sam special? Which means he's probably an illegitimate child. Nothing adds up, so I'm not the only one to realize." Angie summoned all of the next gens to a secret meeting at Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including the Miracles boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. The reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated, illegitimate. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC, and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach took the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Okay. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not even my brother. Okay, so here we'll do that with delete notes. keep that. Okay. Chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him the old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think of that proper for multiple reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Illegitimate. One of the final entries, Clark, 1964. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Daniel isn't much older. Clark's a kid, right? Yeah, okay. Here's what we'll do. Go back to this. Go to this. So we want free spirits. Okay. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else can you do with a group of kids growing up with more money than anyone can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers, all the sorts of nonsense. Yeah, this sounds so generational. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers, there we go. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Ooh. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. That's important, but I don't know how. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad present after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. David told her she might come next year so we can meet her kids. But if we spirits in any of the family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Damn. Okay, so we got a lot of information there. Okay, so let's start breaking this stuff down. There's no one on this level that really matters, but there is someone here, right? So if we remember from this, these are the people that are supposed to be important: Jim, Lauren, Roottrees, and Gwyn. Gwyn and Lauren are the same generation. Miracle Jr. is above them. So, Miracle Jr. is not above them, right? Because, hold on, what's the picture say about the first one? Since Miracle was in it and the three of us were all about the same age. Is Miracle Jr. one of the ones that was... Wait, was that Miracle or Miracle Jr.? Oh, wait, it's Miracle Jr. Okay, you know why? Because its siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. So that guy was a Miracle, which makes you have to be Miracle Jr. Which makes you think that you are Miracle the third. Right? If I just saw that was a thing. Which makes that you're Miracle because he's the youngest one of the 5 pieces, which is this generation. Right? And then that leaves us with Rosie and who can start naming their kids after themselves. That's what I said about I don't know if you hear what I talked about this on stream for the Civ stream, but fucking George Foreman named 5 of his kids George Foreman. even including their middle name being the same. I heard that and I was like, you were insane. Okay, so you have to be Lauren. Where's that picture for you? See this one? I think it's this one. You're Lauren. Lauren Roottrees, who got married to Jacob Rafferty, who had a kid, Clark Rafferty. Yeah, because by process of elimination, where do we go back to this thing? Process of elimination, these are the ones that we have. So we're looking for Gwen. We already have Jim. We're looking for Gwen. We're looking for Lauren. We're looking for Miracle Jr., right? We got Miracle Jr. That's over here. That's Miracle. So that leaves Gwen, and that leaves Lauren. We know the last thing she talked about was like Gwen talked about the fact that she has 2 kids, right? Because she mentions in this thing at the bottom, meet her kids, plural, right? This person only has 1 kid, so this person must be over here of this generation. Has to be Gwen, right? All right. And this is where the fun begins, because let's go back here. Let's go to her complaining about Gwen. Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. So let's look up you. Oh shit, damn. Oh god. Oh hey, how's it going? Hey Jonah, how's it going? Thank you for the sub. Welcome on in. You would like this game if you like thinking games. Also, I feel like based off of how you've mentioned your family can sometimes be, this is seems very very likable to you. It's about me. I have to figure out as a detective the whole entire inheritance of this candy company. So like these people, it starts off with this guy called Roottrees. Oh man, is this a detective game? Yeah. And it's like I have to figure out, so this guy died, and I have to figure out his, like, him and his wife and his 3 daughters died, and I had to figure out the inheritance for the candy company that goes back 4 generations past this guy, before this guy. And then I had to figure out each person, use evidence, determine their names and like their, like, what they worked as, and like even like their spouses and stuff if I want to. I technically only have to get blood relatives anyhow. But yeah, it's a pretty fun game. And it's kind of more complicated, but okay, you must be, if you're the first person to get married. What was the note I had for you? Danielle. Seems up your alley too. Oh, absolutely. If I actually have to fucking like think. Danielle Franks. Makes this so nice. Because now I had to be like, oh, who's each person, right? Okay, so Gwen has to be one of these 3. Not you. Not you. It's you. Right? Hold on, let me look at the picture. It's not you, because I keep counting in this picture. It's not you. You're not here. Oh shit, damn. That's right. Oh fuck, what was I doing? Oh, what's it for tears? And no question to Roottrees. Red's Lane to do a better date. He narrated his high school sweetheart night after movie premiere. Which games had this note-taking system? Exactly. This is what I like. I want games like this more, where you have to like legitimately think about stuff that you search. You know, search. Okay. Wild Bill Williams, leading man. good looks, off-screen romances, especially with blondes. Made 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous rumor that he was even approached by Marilyn Monroe. Okay, so I bet you that Gwyn got married to this Williams guy. Or maybe not. Hold on. Fortune favors the grave. Interesting. You didn't get married to, well, you didn't get married to Harrison. Who did you get married to? Huh. I started watching The Man in the High Castle. Isn't that like on Amazon or something? Is that the one about like seems to be Ali too? It's like the spy one, right, or something? I think that's a bit on my list. You get around to it. Also, you just drop by at some point to pick up some stuff. An occupation, retired. Yeah, if the Nazis won the war. Okay, yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. I used to get that one and like, was the Handmaid's Tale, I think, mixed up. Is there like writer or author or something? There we go. Musician. I'm missing one. Roottrees Miracle Jr. Philip K. Dick wrote it? Really? How long ago was he? Huh. We just got directs the first. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, you can't be any of these people, right? Because she wasn't in the picture. It's based on his novel. Okay. I have a list of things to watch. I may start watching Severance. I want to watch. I have a list. I'm gonna go down. Oh, I'll quickly go down my fucking. I've been expanding my like list of like stuff to watch. Hold on. In no specific order. I have Barry, Succession, The Bear, Beef, Severance, Scavenger's Reign, Hero at the End of the Universe, Sugar, The Curse, The Pit, The Studio, Common Side Effects, Adolescence, Jury Duty, Reacher, and Blue-Eyed Samurai. Yeah. I simply breathed a recommendation to it to Eros and he was done with it. First season in a week? What the fuck? Man in High Castle. Is it Prime? Or was it Netflix? I feel like it's Prime, right? Or was it Hulu? Blue-Eyed Samurai is so fucking good. Yeah, I've heard. But Samurai is very good apparently, yeah. It's Prime, okay. Added to the list. Oh, also I need to add Counterpart. I forgot about that. No, I don't think I'm Prime. That's the one with like J.K. Simmons. I got like at least one show before July with new anime, like the actual anime season. I give more of a shit about certs. Because then I'm going to be too. Oh wait, hold on. After. What is your picture? Who are you, Gwyn Roottrees? Wait, hold on. I think I can discover. I think I know who the aunt is. Let's stay with her and Aunt Margot. Okay. Blonde. I know which one's Aunt Margot. That's you. Margaret Roottrees. Gwyn Roottrees. Gwyn's not in the picture. It's Prime. I really want to start watching The Pit. I've been telling Carly we should probably watch that at some point. The Pit and Adolescence I heard are really fucking good. But I also don't want to watch too many. I have to balance my like fucked up shows, like what's I heard about adolescence, like and The Pit are both like fucked up shows. I had to balance those with what's that called? With like nice shows, like nicer shows, like Jury Duty. Let's see where which we learn. She's an author. I do have another picture here. I have of her. I have a picture of Jacob. Okay, I need to solve at least one more person, I think, because this is definitely James Roottrees, and he's a musician, so that's good. I definitely have that, and I have Lauren Roottrees as an author, right? So I need to get one more person here. So I need to get either Gwyn or Miracle Jr. Okay, and if I get Miracle Jr., one of these guys is Miracle. One of these people is Miracle Jr. Oh, wait, hold on. I know. You're the big guy, right? I want Eli to stand all the way to the left, like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. Okay, do you know what her Pop? Oh, we know what her Pop looks like. Her Pop is this guy, right? So at least put a picture down, right, for her. How many siblings did she have? That's Pop right here, right? And if that's Pop, then we know what Eli looks like, right? Because okay, that's Eli. Okay, go back here. That's. Oh shit! I don't know which one is Eli. Oh fuck. Well, but I know when there's a lot of dark shows. Yeah, fuck. That reminds me, dark. I gotta add dark as well. Dark on Netflix. The one everyone was like, it's like Stranger Things when it came out. Fuck. There was a comment they made about okay. They want to go to Zach, right? Because Zach is he's on. Hold on. He's the firstborn son. I have the note for that too. 5 pieces. Aunt Gwendolyn. Copy from frame. That's him on the left. That's him. Miracle. Margot. Artists, architects, preachers, lawyers. Almost got time for candy. These are all the guys. All these things. She mentions before. That's right, housewife. 3 entries are correct and have been locked. LaRue Diamond. Rafferty Jacob Daniel Franks. Boo yeah. Woohoo!
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But you've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Let's go. Okay. The most important right here. Here we go. Okay. This was a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would go hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s and calls the teenager in the middle. Okay. Oh, I see him. So about the water damage a pipe person calls office. On the back of the photo, it says in child's printing, it says November. There are large numbers of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie. Okay, hold on. So open this up. Go to Free Spirits. So Bonnie, highlight. Next President Guy Hudson, highlight. Ernie Jr. Did we have that already? I don't think we did. Highlight. Caroline. Highlight. Gwyneth M. Highlight. Gwendolyn. Highlight. Miracle Jr. Oh, we had Miracle Jr., didn't we? No, we didn't, but we know it anyway. Jim Roottrees. We don't need to do that. We don't need to call. We don't need a Clark call of Jim Roottrees and Eli M. Okay. Because we already have these three. Kind of. All right, so first off, what we can do, now that I already know, just quickly, you are also you. Oh, sorry, hold on. Actually, hold on. Nah, I don't. No picture yet. It's you. Yeah, you are you. Come on now. Come on now. All right. So, we have those. Okay. This is buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. There's a handwritten note attached to it, seems to be personal. It's a flying by candidate for office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from the newspaper article from the Butler County Times about a campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. But in her words, it was full of love. Still full of love. Now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message forwards as simply, love is our future. It note says, Carl, I know we didn't see eye to eye when it comes to candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement in supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. I bet you CM is probably related to Stephanie, right? Okay, so okay, let's do that. Okay, so let's look at our Caroline. I'm guessing is it. Because this generation has how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, not you, because we know who you are. You're Clark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, not 10. 10, because we know that's Miracle the Third. Okay, so there are 10 people it could possibly be. Oh boy, we don't know who the Okay. Somebody here is Caroline. If I find that out, I find out who Stephanie is. Because I'm assuming it's Stephanie's mom. And if I find out, then probably find out who the... Okay, a photo has attached to it with the employee. Here's a bonus. I poured the water damage. Picture of the free spirits out of the frame. This fell out too. When the backers couldn't make the reunion, wishing all the best from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Ah, here's Gwen. Okay. Okay. There's Gwen, the actor, the actress. I'm guessing these are the boys. Are these not the same people? right? Are these the boys? Bet your ass they're Robert and Ronald. This, people calling their kids like the same fucking letter in the name. Oh shit, hold on. I don't know which is which. Oh, that sucks. Oh, man, I can't do this yet because one of them is married, so it can't put them down like there. But I do know this. I know that's Gwen. Or Gwyn. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle at the corner of the office. It says, to Carol and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend their funeral. Aw, it's just to have it as soon as possible, as Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job could be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle, identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work we did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get to the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. We were unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust. And that was no coincidence that happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I still had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake, probably the daughter. We'd never have done that without the two of you fighting for us, much less Debbie. Okay, so that must be what he's talking about. She's talking about what's it called? Ernie, right? Ernie Jr., right? So there's probably an Ernie Sr., right? And I find that Ernie Jr., I know is someone who had a kid. So I'm assuming it's his generation, right? And someone who had at least one kid, right? So it can be either you here, or it can be you. It can't be you. I'm assuming it's not you. Okay. So there's someone here named Ernie who's dead, who leaves behind a Deborah. Like everybody loves Raymond. Deborah. Yeah. There's no Debbie, right? No, Deborah Bean. Okay. So. Okay. This is Miracle Jr. We have evidence. Okay. Film score. Couldn't make it to the reunion. Oh, so hold on. Was this who was that direct? Who was that? From the Free Spirits. Yeah, but that's not for this, right? Gwen and the boys. Oh, well, that's Eli. Okay, well, that's because this is Eli right there. All right. So, okay, so that's Eli right there, which means that's probably not Eli, which means these are definitely, those are the boys that are probably of the Free Spirit age. So Gwen and her kids, Gwen has not showed up in any of these pictures because she was supposed to be in this picture, but she didn't show up. The one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. And then she was supposed to be in this picture, but her and her boys were supposed to be in this picture, but they didn't show up. Okay. So he's dead. He is dead. One of these is James. Either you, or you is probably James. I want to say it's you. The next president, Guy Hudson. Let's look up Guy Hudson. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees, in an attempt to cater more towards what he thought was average person. Whether the guy looked at his own wealth, which he was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea of what if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. This philosophy led to a flavor of 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. Ha! It was quickly announced caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to as no more as soon as possible. So he was a president of Roottrees, but I don't know if he was the first, second, I don't know if he was the third or the fourth. You're the fifth. You're the first. I'm guessing. Okay, so we know that's Eli. And we know Eli didn't want the job. Wait, no. But we know Zach has to be one of these people. Hold on. What did she say about the... Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the first. He was the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Okay. So one of these two is Clancy. Wait, no. One of these two is Clancy. Right? Yeah, because it's her generation. Because he's a firstborn son, right? So this could be a daughter, right? But whoever this person is, both the Zach person, who we know is... Oh shit, damn. Hi, welcome on in, Jay. Thank you for the rain. Give you a nice little shout out. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feelings got no rhythm. This is some careless whisper I see. I'm gonna put my light on. What were you playing? Voices of the Void? Of course, because that's completely related to Careless Whisper. It must be. This guy's Zach. This guy has to be Zach. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Windings. I'm a robot detective VTuber, actually playing a legitimate detective game for once, called The Roottrees Are Dead, where I had to discover after one guy and his wife and 3 daughters die in a plane crash, who gets the inheritance of their very multi-generational family candy company, besides clothing company. So it's easy to pretend I know you're not a fool. There was a period of time where I was obsessed with that song. I saw people dance to that in VR chat. I got obsessed with listening to it for like almost every single day. We were singing the cat version. It's like, what do you mean by cat version? Like, is it just like they say neon in there, or is it just like they replace words with like cat puns? Me and Vex have been losing our minds and voices of bird together. He was EP and I had a funny gummy. Oh, that explains it. Thought you were just singing for just in general. You couldn't be do that? Fuck. Gwyn Rootree. Where her father took her mother's famous name, which is quite rare. But her father took her mother's famous name. Huh. It's the yeah, like that thing. Like that one. I didn't know there's a version of that. But that sounds like that would be something that have a version. Oh yeah. You've added as evidence. Ooh, hold on. Wait, what evidence? Hello. We got another picture of Gwyn Rootree. Let's go, baby. I'll make this be. Oh. Who is the father of your children? Guys like us. Okay, well then how about Christmas mission? Oh yeah. Oh boy. I'm at the point where I have all this evidence. I don't know what to do with it. Grandma and sister recruited Sam. Is that Sam? No, that's not Sam. Wait, that tie. That's the same tie. What the fuck? Also, Blue-Eyed Samurai is fucking baller. Everything is peak. Yeah, I've heard. Honestly, I kind of want to go through and like knock out like all the like that was like Emmy nominated. I want to go knock out all like the quote unquote big Emmy nominated, like not just like adult animation like Big Mouth, but like that, Scavenger's Reign. What else was nominated? That in the past. I bet you Common Side Effects is getting nominated. I want to knock out all those. Emmy nominated Bluey. What? Honestly, if I got some more funny gummies, I probably would have that and watch some Bluey. What is your goddamn name? Lauren Roottree's father. Well, let's look up Clancy Roottree and see what we get. Okay. Oh, I gotta be careful. I don't want to end up brute forcing this too much. Okay. I'm missing Gwyn Rootree and Miracle Jr. Okay. I'll look at Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by full name and personal materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. Ugh. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Cloaky Watch. You know what? There's something I could say about the name of this, but you know what? I'm not gonna. I don't think I can say that on stream. But he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair, and a news expose revealed that it was his wife's Edith's sister in a disguise. The author also mentions that Edith has a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on to tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. So he was the preacher because we know that because they mentioned in the 5 pieces thing architects, preachers, and lawyers. So that nails down which one he is. Oh, I'm assuming, no, he is the preacher. I'm assuming he took over for his daddy dearest. And then if I can guess who he is. And then Edith. Some righteous gemstones bullshit. All right. And then they had Miracle the Third, because no one has a fucking with a single piece of. All right, hold on. So go back here. One of these guys is Miracle Jr. Right? Which generation are you? Miracle Jr. is technically part of this generation. No, Miracle is part of this generation, which means that Miracle let me check something. The Clans Trust. Where's the thing about hold on. It's the actual picture itself. Okay. Eli Jr. had designed. Okay, so Miracle. So that guy's Miracle because he's the youngest, but he's around their age, which is kind of weird, but whatever. So Miracle had Miracle Jr. So Miracle's in this picture, which means this guy's Miracle Jr. That must be Miracle, right? Which makes you probably be Miracle Jr. because you have the same thing as your Pop right there, right? So that's the kid. So he's probably holding on to his kid because his kid is actually part of the generation of these guys. So she wouldn't be against it. I voted by my brothers. Okay. All right. So. First off, Miracle. Second off, Miracle Junior. Where are you? Let's use it. There we go. Woo! Nailed it. Okay. Also, not the following original entries. Check out Edith. Okay. Okay, so we know that. We also know that you, if you're Miracle Jr., are also this fucking loser ass kid, right? Okay, so that leaves these two families, right? So how many people are left in that first picture? We have hold on, the 5 pieces. We have Eli Jr., Gwendolyn, and that's it. Gwendolyn Roottrees. I probably get anything I look up Gwendolyn. So I should try looking up Eli Jr. Or Eli. Or hold on, let's try something. Elias Roottrees Jr. Elias Roottrees Jr.'s name is listed on the website by historical buildings in Butler County. He lives alongside an old residence that's been preserved called the Hunched-Top House. You have to find information about the man at the building, but come up empty. Hunched-Top House. Is there someone who's named Hunched-Top? No, not that I know of. Either you're Eli Jr. or you're Eli Jr. I've gotten the most of information out of her stuff. Thank you, Lauren Roottrees, for being a good historian. Okay, we have this. If I look up just Miracle Roottrees by himself. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life, and doctors swore he would survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, that explains a lot, he triumphed over these complications and regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 20 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became a famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he embedded himself in the Roottrees name and took on his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel, blah, 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 blah. Okay. On Miracle Network. Okay. Okay. Celebrity Pastor Miracle III and his wife Nicole. 3 generations of Miracle tours. We're supposed to experience from Mike Miracle Roottrees in his 68th year on God's earth. Yeah, this is some righteous gemstones bullshit. Okay. Well, though. Looks like we got a face. And his wife. Did it say his wife, Nicole? Wife, Nicole. Deborah Bean. Ernest Madston. Okay. So it's Nicole Smith. Okay. So I'll explain the reasoning for this right now. All right. So we have 2 Nicoles. I remember that from this picture, they talk about Nicole at the end here. So I knew Nicole was related to this person. But I also figured they're not going to do any weird cousin marriage, weird stuff like keep it in the family bullshit, even though I called one of my notes Sweet Home Alabama. They're not going to do that here. So this Nicole has to be a different person. But then I also remember that Nicole's father is probably Ernie. So I looked up Ernie and I got Ernie Madsen. There is a Nicole Madsen. So in ergo, Nicole Madsen and Ernie Madsen are daughter and father, which means that Nicole Smith is not the person who is Nicole Madsen, which means that Nicole Smith is the one that is married to Roottrees Miracle Third. Oh, jeez. All right. So that leaves. So we have him. All right. My drink. Wait, what happened to Cloak? Cloak Rafferty. New fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond mentioned they used to make music with Clark. They mentioned an album named These Times. The band called C&J and J&D released one single called These Times. Someone on the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at an auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed by Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. Interesting. And that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. Can't find a single thing about XXX Diehard Dazzler, the band, or the single, so all I have to do is to scan the evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Oh, wait, hold on. I can have... Wait, can I not, like, listen to the song itself? I love the 90s. Such a simpler time. Such a nicer time. How do I listen to music? Okay, that's that, right? Oh, hold on. There we go. Let's go. Hold on. Let's first play this one. These Times is an old single from a folk group C&J and J&D. You have a scan of the album as well as a recording of that title track thanks to a collector of Jim Roottrees memorabilia. Okay, music lyrics by Clark and Jim. Backup vocals by LaRue's. Okay, so Diamond's sister, right? LaRue. So I'm guessing, is there another LaRue? Oh god, there's two LaRues it can be. Oh wait, hold on. What's smart about this? So if that's Jim and Diamond, then that must be Clark and whatever the J is. Okay. Jane LaRue. I'm guessing that's you. I'm guessing that's you. Because of the blonde hair. MMM magazine. Wait a second. Shit. Are you kidding me? MMM. What? But it's a magazine. What? Okay, fine, whatever. I don't need that anyway. Okay. Jane LaRue. Jane Delavicio was the son of talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down the credentials of biography, she mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was named Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It is mentioned that her only contact her agent in the events that you actually wish to hire her, that any inquiries about past her sister would be ignored. What about Kim LaRue? I already did Diamond, right? Yeah. Sound of laughter in the cherry tree. Let's see if I can find it. Try the cherry tree. See if I can find another picture. Okay. Okay. The other part is I don't know which one of these. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, so I'm guessing Jane LaRue is probably this person because he split up and she probably got remarried. Because it's probably not this person because they use a different name. So I used to find out who her daughter is. Their daughter is. You probably married one more person. What's gonna be rough? Alright. I also need to find out these fucking all these guys. Right? Because there was some stuff about this. Someone here is oh, this must be Angie. Oh, I know there's two people who can be Angie. Right? And then one person has to be let's see, next generation. Angie, Gwen, Zach, Eli. Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. If that's the case, that must be who was that one I saw? Eli. There's three Elias, right? This is Roottrees Elias. I think she mentions the reason that she mentions Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. I'm assuming she means that there's two Elis, Eli C and John. Okay, so I'm assuming EC is Eli C, right? That's my guess. So I'm assuming that must be her brother, because I'm assuming that's her shorthand for her brother. So I'm assuming this must not be. I'm assuming this is Eli M. We know Elias Jr. is one of these two people because they're the direct descendant of this, because Eli Jr. made this building. Is the Eli Jr. designed. So we know that EC is probably Eli whatever C, so this must be Eli M, right? Which makes sense because that's Miracle Jr. and they look alike. I mean, and it's standing right next to each other, and the guy's name is fucking Eli. I'm guessing this guy is a... Based on how he is dressed. Mechanic. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right, so I got you. So that leaves EC and John. What do we know about Carl Roottrees' dad? Hold on, let's go back to the beginning of this. I mentioned that her mother's name was the Castles, but she barely ever mentions them. Sarah Castle. That was easy. Okay. So what do we know about... Oh, hold on. We know something about... It was mentioned in... Yeah. The only one that has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Which makes me think that Pop is this guy, so Clancy is probably here, right? So it's probably Clancy Roottree. Clancy. No, that can't be Clancy. Was Clancy Jr.? What can I find out about Clancy Roottree? What happens when I look up Jim Roottrees again? Or Carl Roottrees again? Wait, what was that? Okay. Ernie Jr. is the second president is the fourth president. Okay, we talked about Ernie Jr. before, right? Because I think Ernie Jr. is the one who did the Ernie Hudson, yeah. And Ernie's the one. Hold on. Yeah, I'm assuming Ernie Jr. is probably Ernie Marsden, right? No, that can't be right. Ernie Hudson. What does she mention in this thing? Clark Carl. West Coast Puff was Clancy. Clancy Jr.? If my cousin's doing well, Zach's not a bad peasant after all. And his sister seems to be doing a good job at raising her twins. So it's these two, right? So you also had twins though. Everyone had goddamn twins. All right. So let's do. All right. So I'm gonna make a healthy assumption here. Well, we know. Who's the oldest? Who is the oldest in this picture? Roottrees miracle. Okay. The poster for the Wisdom Morton, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Eli Jr. design. So Eli Jr. is the architect. Wait, by process of elimination, this guy has to be Eli Jr. because we know that's her dad, and her dad's like Eli Jr. We know this is Miracle 1. So that has to be Eli Jr. Okay. I wonder, what if I just tried putting Jr. architect, and let's put that there. I'm making a healthy assumption here though, because Aunt Gwendolyn and Aunt Margot. We know that Aunt Margot is not the. We know Aunt Margot is not the. Is over here, right? So we know that she's not the firstborn. We know that Eli, this guy, whoever this is not the other one. I think he must be Clancy Jr. Because there's no way they had Clancy here. I don't know. Right? So I'm thinking that this must be Elias. And then this, either that or this is, and then that makes this Gwendolyn Roottrees, which would be this lady, who would be a housewife. Okay, so that must not be the truth. So Gwendolyn must be the oldest then? Because it's every 3, right? It's every 3 things are right? So I know this is Elias M, right? I know he's the mechanic, right? Or I could get the sense that he's a mechanic, right? I see this guy. Hold on. If I just make him Clancy Edward lawyer, right? Because it's lawyers, mechanics, and yeah. Okay. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that I got.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottrees family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for...
Oh, so the person who's giving me stuff
That's
is not working for him. Oh, whoever this person is, they weren't working at the thing. Anyway, by the way, so we're just gonna take that and then change an occupation, and then we're gonna make this Elias Root Jr. and then which makes you be Gwendolyn Roottrees housewife, architect, and we know already that this has to be Zach Roottrees. Where are you? Interesting. Oh, maybe she didn't take a Zach Wilson or Zach Morden. I'm gonna say, where have I seen that Wilson name before? Newscaster can find more about it searching line for RTD for more. Hold on, before I do that. Nah, I'll do that now. RTD News, local investigative jazz radio station. During the news segment, they talked about a plane crash. Most recent hour, they talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it was revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit has an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. The comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being real, true thing." The Roottrees curse is like the Kennedy curse. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it. I think that's bullshit. But the important thing there is the fact that this could be used for like evidence and stuff. So Elias Roottrees Jr., architect, Gwendolyn housewife. Oh, Zach Wilson. That's right. I want to say it was it this one? No. Was it? No, it wasn't you. Was it you? Debbie. That's right, Debbie. And if I remember correctly, when you look up Deborah, oh no, I could have sworn I saw a Wilson name before. Wilson, Steven, Jason, Jem. Okay, so I know this person has to be this guy. So he's Zach, but he's Zach something. Gwendolyn Roottrees housewife. Okay. What do we got with? Okay, so we know that's Clancy Edward. So that makes you Clancy Jr. Because she's not gonna talk about her dad and call him Clancy, so she must be talking about Clancy. Her brother must be Clancy Jr., which leaves us with 2 other people in terms of her siblings, right? So where is the thing where she talks about dynasty? Yeah. After all, Angie's older than Zach. I'm the next oldest of us all. Okay. Wait. Then maybe you're not. Maybe this is Zach. Because he's saying, oh, Angie's the firstborn son. So over here, I'm assuming this is Angie, Morden, Angelica. Morden? Oh, hold on. I see what you're saying. Which means I'm guessing this is Zach Morden. Okay, okay. That makes sense because which means the father's name is probably, there's only one person it could possibly be. James, this person, right? So Angie, we don't know what she does, but we have, so Angie's here because she's older than Zach, but she couldn't take it because they wanted the firstborn son. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn, making him the person they wanted to be president number 2. Whew. Locked in the 5 pieces, establishing roots. Oh, because I've gotten all the 5 pieces.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Press X to doubt, whatever.
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
Divest the company.
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay. Okay, well, I think she has something to do with that Sam guy. Because they mentioned the fact that Sam is the mystery guy that no one knows about. Right? Okay, so we now have, the cool thing is we figure it out. They're old fashioned, right? So except she takes her father's name. Okay. Wait, that's right. We did hear something about Gwen Roottrees, didn't we? Didn't we know something about Gwen Roottrees, about like her father's name? What? I thought we looked up something about Gwen Roottrees before. Huh. Okay, so what do we got? Jane LaRue, Frank Daniels, Clark Rafferty, Carl, James. Okay. Which one of you fuckers is it? I cannot tell. Hold on, I got Jacob Rafferty right here. And then Lauren Rafferty I have here. Right? Okay. Morden. I've heard that name before. Guardian adoption or otherwise. So there was Zach, and then so we know he was the second. You were the fifth. Ernest was the fourth or third. That means is what I'm hearing. Okay, so Roottrees Clancy Jr. We have a picture. We had to have a picture of him, right? One of these three people is Clancy Jr. This guy is hold on, how this one? She said when they talk about the picture taken, she's talking about on Eli to stand all the way to the left, EC, because to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. So that's Retreat. So one of these is Eli. And she mentions also in this one, she talks about, I'm talking about Sam. After all, Granny had sisters, Granny had a brother too. Zach's office. What's in Paris. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Oh boy. Either Patsy Jones or Patsy Christensen. Bonnie, Kaylin, Gwyneth M, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jimutri. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can who do we have already for the free spirits? We have this Guy Hudson. Okay. Wait. Isn't there an Ernie Hudson? Ernest Madsen. Gwyneth Madsen. Ernest Madsen Jr. Madsen Nicole. I'm guessing Ernest Jr. is Ernest Nicholson and there's Ernest Madsen. So if that's the case, I have to work my way up, right? And they talked about the fact that he had his cousin, which was the next generation. Sweet Home Alabama. And his second cousin, Ernie Jr. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. And then Jim Roottrees had a same daughter at the same time as Raina. Okay. Which fucker are you? It ain't you. Two of these pictures. One of these pictures and then one of these pictures have to match up to this picture. I look at the eyes, maybe. I don't know. I feel like his eyes are more this color. If I had to make a guess. Hold on. Yeah, these are like brownish. Oh, look, it's got a little dot there. I wonder. Hold on. Ah, it's this guy because he's got the dot on his face. Okay. Okay, so I got the right guy. And then if I can use that with this. Oh, come on. You can let me zoom in more. I think it's this guy. I think it's this guy. That's my hunch. Yeah. Which means that this guy, Clark guy. I have two pictures of this guy, I think, right? Because he's part of this generation. But I don't want to use this picture yet. I want to get another picture of this guy. But how am I getting a picture of him? Anyway, we also know that one of these is Eli, and the other one's, is it John? Was it John? Which we saw something like that. What was the name of her other brother? What was it? I'm gonna go to here. Talk about Sam. John. Is it John? What the? Who the fuck is John? Let's do this. Roottrees. There ain't nobody whose name is John. I mean, his first name is John. Okay. Okay. Margolite. periodicals. I need to get more periodicals. Fancy flavors. It's just mission. Those lanes of dead end. Wild Bill Williams. Yeah, but there's no Williams. Yeah, so it can't be him. Fortune favors the grave. The fact that they say he doesn't say anything to do with the Roottrees. Welbeck grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. I think he's the father, but of her kids, the Gwen woman. But I need to find. I think. This is Alphabet Davis, but it's not. Oh, is this my? I think this is my place. That's what's probably throwing me off. It's not the Roottrees place. This is my place, I think. Okay. All right, so let's focus on what I have. This is done, so don't worry about this anymore. This is the list of people who I have. Have these flavors. This one's a big one right here. Stephanie Jones. CM. Oh, I didn't even look up Stephanie Jones, did I? She's probably in this. If she's running for public office, she has to be in the system, right? But no mention of Roottrees in any articles. Very bare bones website in her campaign. It seems a picture of a campaign mailer, and it says, "Be sure to read the full article on the Butler County Times." Okay, so the Butler County. Nice. New periodical added. Neat. Like articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent to them. Let's go, baby! As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had the connection to the Butler County. The game is mentioned in the game? What the? Oh, jeez. Whoa. That was a... my throat got flipped up right there. But what the heck? It's Gameception. All right. We got the Butler County Times. Let's go down the list now. Let's get ourselves some... Who do we need to know about? Let's get Clancy Jr. up in here. Well, let's do Clancy, because Clancy might tell something about his kids. Okay. Okay. That's not good. Okay. I found a full version of a newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it's important, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born in Stephanie Landon, until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in her home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother Caroline, a local artist, who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation and indigenous trees to expand the maple farms. Like my mother, I am not a father. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, so we know that we have here, what was the M thing? Caroline Morden. Okay. 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 Huh. Okay. All right. Okay. So this is Caroline Morden, who had a child with some fucking smuck who left them, right? Some loser who left his family. And then Caroline decided to get into a domestic partnership, or I don't know, maybe dated with another lady, right? Unknown female, we'll call her. And that is which led to Stephanie Jones. Or Stephanie Landon, right? Which means if I had to make a guess, if there's another Landon here who's a woman. Oh, I guess they didn't change the name. Mark Landon. Must be this guy. Politics. Where are you? Okay. Okay, go back here. Caroline Morden. Okay. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned Caroline standing next to a sculpture Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is one of the many works featured in her upcoming book Self-Portrait, Art, the Beauty of Woman. According to the quote further down below, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Oh, I know who you are. I can recognize you. Okay, so you are an artist, and you are also you. I think that's you. Yeah, I was gonna say. Looks like that's you, and that's also you. So I need to get one more person. Wait, by process of elimination, if Angie must be here, right? So then she was probably, oh, what, we don't know which one she is though. Oh. But who's the other woman? Who's the other? Angie, Gwen, Eli. Who else is in that picture? Zach. Is this not right? Okay. She's standing with her brothers here. Oh, this guy, whoever this person is the youngest one. I can tell. So, because she said she's standing with her brothers, right? They insisted the four of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and everyone else filtered behind and in front of us. Okay, so these are all Clancy's children, including Clancy Jr., the other Eli, and the John guy, who I still don't understand who you are. There's also a Sam, right? Who is Sam? That's Eli. Eli C. EC. And then her brothers. I was about her brothers. Maybe she has two brothers, and then maybe she has a sister as well. Wait, no, but then she makes, I think, a comment about when she's talking about Gwen. Oh, she would be the sister I never had. Okay, so she never had any sisters, so she only had brothers. So that leaves 3 guys that are all her brothers in this picture. Which makes me think that this is the youngest one, right? So if we knock that down, right? So that leaves 2 guys in this picture. I mean, Sam could also be a girl's name, but I think they mentioned something about Sam being a guy. Hold on. Oh, Sam's a girl. Oh shit. They never mentioned Sam's gender. We're assuming that they're doing off of the. We're assuming that offering off the idea there's only 2 genders, but they're going off of the idea that, you know, you assume that Sam's a guy, but we know that's Eli. So we know that's Miracle. We know that's Miracle Jr. We know that's Zach. We know that's this guy has to be Eli. We know that she has 2 other brothers because she has those sisters, which seems and this is her, you know, with her family, right? So which means that, by the way, that this has to be her. But because of that process of elimination, that leaves only 2 people to be Sam, her and her. One of these 2 people has to be Angie. So who's Sam? Sam has to be one of these 2 ladies. So, in that, right? Okay, so what's one's not adding up in terms of the numbers though? Damn. Yeah, I know, right? It's a lot of back and forthing. And you a hardcore sleuthing? Yeah, I get really really into this game when it happens. It makes no sense though. Wait, there's the numbers on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Even with that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, no, then that's the right amount of people. What am I blanking on? What am I missing? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, one of these people was Sam. Oh, okay. Wait, so we know that that's Angie, which makes this person be Sam. So if I can determine who Angie is, I determine who Sam is. Which makes sense because Sam is almost envelope after the whole tree has been filled out. Roottrees, Samantha. Got her. Wow, you could have just guessed it if you looked at Roottrees and Samantha, I guess, but alright. Okay, so Angelica. I'm assuming Angelica is the one that's chilling in the back. And I'm assuming Sam is the one that looks a little bit more pensive. Angelica Morden. Let's go back to here. Okay. Let's see if I can find something about Mark Landon. Okay. Nothing. Okay. What did she say about Gwen? Da, 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 da. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife. Okay. Which by means that you should be a housewife. Okay. When in doubt, the women are housewives. All right. Picture right. Picture right. Picture right. Picture right. Yippee! Okay. So that leaves us with. Oh boy. Zach Morden. So one of these two. Okay, so we know that. Oh, hold on. We know this lady is articles. So what? Oh, Stephanie Landon. What? Don't I have a thing on her? Fuck. I had her like her like boyfriend's name, whatever, her husband's name. God damn, what was it? Oh wait, history. Butler County Times. Okay. History. Stephanie Jones. Oh, Brian Jones. Okay. Okay. Brian Jones. Only. There we go. That guy. Alrighty. There was another Morden, wasn't there? There's not that many Mordens left. Gwendolyn Morden. There's 1, 2, 3 people left. One of these people ends up being probably the Ernie guy, right? They called Ernie his second cousin, right? From Alabama. His second cousin, Ernie Jr. Okay. His second cousin means it's not. This isn't your. It's not these people. It has to be one of these. On. It's not. These are your cousins. These are your second cousins, right? What's the family thing again? It was mentioned somewhere here before. Oh, here we go. Yeah, second cousins. Sometimes you share the same great parents, but not the same grandparents. So it's not your like halfway done with the burnout stuff. With FK, by the way, I had to deal with stuff. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, yeah, we'll say almost halfway done with the board. I also got all the spouses if I try to 100% this. So, if, housewife? Okay, so, let's think about this for a second. Actually, hold on. Oh, I'll do that later. I have an idea about something over here, but I'll come back to that later. When in doubt, housewife. Yeah, yeah. That's Clancy Jr. This is Eli. Elias C. Because it's not this guy, because he's definitely the youngest fucker. I mean, come on now. Which makes this guy Clancy Jr. That's my guess. There's no other pictures for these people too. Interesting. All right. I'll look up Carl Roottrees. Quite often, including an article that mentions Ernie Jr. Most articles concerning Carl are not important. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White in 1978. They're both in the early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous, apparently. In 1981, Carl got quite drunk in a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. Interesting. The article also mentions Ernie from 1986, when Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times other than a few mentions of their article does mention illness as the reason Ernie Jr. was stepping down. Okay, so if I find Ernie, I find Ernie Jr. Right? If you're the 2nd president, that makes Ernie Jr. the 4th president, because he's the 5th president, which makes that person that you mentioned in next president, Guy Hudson, is the 3rd president, right? So Guy Hudson is somewhere here. Does anyone else have a last name by Hudson? We have a Bonnie, a Christopher, and a Guy. 2 females, 1 male. Well, traditionally, I'm gonna make a guess here and say this is Christopher Hudson, because Guy Hudson's not gonna be the leader, right? Which leaves us with Guy Hudson and Rooney Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrees, Color, Kayla. Okay, so who do we have so far? Sorry. We have Eli, Miracle the Second. Hey, Miracle the Second, Eli, Carl, not Stephanie, Stephanie's mom, Caroline, and Jim. So we're missing Bonnie, Guy, Ernie Jr., Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, and that's it. Cause I need Clark as well, don't I? One of these guys is also Clark. So there's 1, 2, 3 guys left who could be Clark, right? Which honestly speaking, I could probably compare Clark to, I have a picture of Clark, right? I know that Clark has to be. I know Clark has to be this guy, right? So I can find something that identifies him from here to here. I can identify him. So one of these, I'm assuming it's not this guy. I'm assuming it's one of these two guys is Clark. And he's an artist. But the thing is that there's 3 spots for pictures, which means there's another thing I have to get about the Clark Rafferty guy. So I should be looking more into. Daniel Franks. Daniel Rafferty. Okay. Am I spelling that right? Yeah. Okay. I know this guy's an artist, but I don't have the picture for him yet. I do have pictures for him yet, but I don't know if he even stayed an artist. I don't even know who James's sisters are. So James's daughters are, because it's not the LaRues, right? Because oh, fucking Jessica Rafferty LaRue. Jessica Rafferty LaRue. No, I'm not getting anything about their daughters, probably. So I know one of these is probably Jessica and the other one's Katrina. And I can find pictures of them somewhere. Right? So I know. Wait. This is Rafferty. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Hold on. Get out of here. It'd be Roottrees LaRue for these two. Which I don't think there's a Roottrees LaRue. No, there's not. So but there's a Jane here. How can you have a Jane? You piece of shit. You didn't. No fucking way you didn't. Oh my god. Chris Rafferty. No way. No way. There's only one more LaRue left. If there's one LaRue left, and it's a lady's name, and there's no way that he wouldn't have. Bro, you are... Your child did not end up okay. Lauren, I'm pretty sure your son married 2 sisters. Was it sister or sister? Jane LaRue. Daviccio was listed on as talent for hire as a wedding singer. Any inquiries about her past or sister would be ignored. Because he's Rafferty, right? Because he's definitely Rafferty because Jacob is Rafferty, so that has to be Clark Rafferty, right? That's her son. So Clark Rafferty had dated some girl named Daniel when he was 18 and she was 16. They got married. They broke up. He dates a girl named Jane. He has a daughter with someone. He has a kid with Jane, right? Which is probably, if I make a guess, I'm guessing this is Chris Rafferty, right? Yeah. I'm guessing Chris Rafferty, right? And then he has a kid, yeah, named Chris. It's Chris Rafferty, right? And then breaks up with her. There's another LaRue named Kim. So there's 3 LaRue sisters, because this all started because we found out that Jane is the sister of Diamond, right? So, who married James Roottrees, who, you know, that at least that relationship is somewhat stable. He goes as Chris Rafferty with her, breaks up Kim, and then Kim he has with that Jessica and Katrina Rafferty LaRue. That's the only thing that makes sense. Right? Well, we don't know which one's which. Roottrees Diamond. How many Roottrees do we have left? We have Jack, Christina, November, Robert, Ronald. Do you have Samantha? Looks like those new somewhere. Yeah. Tessa and War. There's also Tessa Green. Is there a green? There's no green here. Penelope. Oh, I still didn't get that Patsy lady. Patricia, right? Oh, no. It's a, yeah, Elias Jr.'s marriage to Patsy, which I said it's a Patricia, but I don't know which one it is. It's either Christensen or Jones. Jones, though, is used somewhere else. Brian Jones. I don't know. Christensen's only used once. I need more evidence. I need evidence. The indicators that I have are the fact this Clark Rafferty thing, I need like a shit ton of information about him because I'm missing one picture from him because I have 3. One of these 3 and then this one, right? I don't want to put this here because I want to just have it be like whatever the thing is for this. I want to get this picture, right? And then I have 2 pictures, one of them here, one of them here, right? And then I must also be getting things about the rest of his family because I got a shit ton of stuff here. But I don't know. I'm missing something. What would I need to find out in order to find out more about the Rafferties? I'll look at the notes about her because it's her child. The Clans Trust. The father was just pop a legal document called the Clans Trust. I haven't looked up anything about that. Also, hold on. Free spirit. Let's trust. That's gotta be hit, right? There we go. Is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have not been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it's a significant amount of money. I wonder if the person who's asking us to work for them is wanting us to destroy the clan's trust. The clan's trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there are some few situations in which the family members have tried to forcibly remove another member of the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. Oh, one of the information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently has a guest lecture talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking at the clan's trust, you find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. So let's look up this first. Okay. What you could tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a family member from the trust. It said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the clan's trust, it is impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. RR either Robert or Ronald Roottrees. Who do they try it against? And they said someone's born out of wedlock. Oh, it's probably Sam. I think Sam was a thing before Elias Jr. got married, because they're talking about later on about how he got married to this Patsy person. That's my guess. Go back. The 5-piece guarantee. Okay, in isolation. Okay, so I'm beginning. The 5-piece guarantee is a combination with the clan's trust was Elias Roottrees' attempt to ensure the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottrees' president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. What the fuck? Okay. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the clan's trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, there would be a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart and successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. So basically, if you're running the place, you're only making $4 an hour, right? But with the previous thing, everyone gets a percentage or whatever the profits of each person. So it's in everyone's best interest that the profits go up. That's actually that makes sense to me. Okay, where can I find out more about you? Clark Rafferty. Let's use the signs. We have these times. MM Magazine should be a fucking thing, but it's not. I wonder if I copy MM Magazine and do that here. There we go, baby. Let's fucking go. MMM is an abbreviation of Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s. went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. I forgot. So you have to unlock the periodical before you can use it. Because I was typing MM Magazine. Oh, Modern Music Monthly. I was typing like MM Magazine and trying to search things, and it's like, oh, it doesn't work. But I forgot you had to add the periodical to the list that is able to be suggested, and then you can use them. Okay, so now let's go and use. Let's start with Jim Rafferty. No, Jim Roottrees. Okay. Whew. Okay. Interview called "A Elected Hitmaker." Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were at C&J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted we spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had sort of a cutie family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you can hum a week later. I've been told rolling is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and he said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. Haha, that made him laugh. I'm trying to make art. Good on you. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes. There we go. We'll check into that shit in a second. Copy. And he's a much better jingle writer than a songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. Oh, good point. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so let's first do the rapper tunes. Okay, nothing. Okay. A website about Raffer Tunes, Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there is an about page. You can find a picture labeled "The inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign." Below that is more detail. Clark was in the department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, there we go, to calm down for the picture. He had an idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Photo is now in evidence. Okay, neat. Give me that family photo. Okay. So, okay, well, and let's just use one of the other ones. I'm gonna guess you advertising. I'm guessing you. Is it the youngest Katrina? Hold on. Youngest Katrina, okay. Katrina would be. And then this would be Jessica. I'm guessing you and you. Trying to calm down. No, I'm guessing this ain't someone calm down. That's just gonna be a little too happy. So is there just like kid? Oh, student K to 12. Okay, so that must not be right. Oh, you know, let's just goddamn. Let's just use you. Okay, so it's not that. So I'm gonna make a guess that's the opposite. So you must be you. Then you must be that. What? How is that not three of these? That's Clock Rafferty. He's in advertising, is he not? Unless it's like a songwriter. Musician? Is he music or advertising? Because it makes it sound like advertising for him. He's in advertising. Try to get these pictures of when they're like younger. That has to be right. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, Lou's sisters have gotten to start doing such a work for the Great Uncle's record label. Remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that features the voices of kids, they're probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he has passed, they've moved on to bigger and bigger ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with the famous faces. I've heard of Roottrees and looking to release a album sometime later the year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. So they had another one. Well, what the fuck? That's gotta be Kim, right? I'm guessing kid K to 12, student K to 12, or student college, one of the two. Wait, no, not student K to 12. They're married. Whoops. Let's see. Oh, you can change these after the fact. Oh, that's cool. So I could put them like in the more like older years. Okay. I could put these chronologically. Yeah, I could do all these. Okay. It's got the clerk. There's gotta be advertising. Ooh, Kim. It's gotta be Kim. It's gotta be the daughters, right? That has to be Chris because that doesn't make any sense if not. what am I forgetting? Clancy Jr. Baby. These times. Rolling on down to the city. Nothing relevant here. Okay. Is there any of the song stuff I have? No. No. Copy. B. What's her name again? Caroline Morden. Okay. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. It's these. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. Oh boy. Centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, starting from 25 to 30. What do you mean? What do you mean the nudes aren't relevant? You had to let me see to let me make that distinction. Okay. Okay. She's one of the youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on their dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriage has led to her double down on her passions, art, and environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. She also mentions that her marriage to Mark McLandon led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, fuck him, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art, and the beauty of woman. Good on you, lady. Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie. And then cousin Bonnie. She married a boring man. It says she doesn't like her. She said what? Her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Okay. Wilson. That's a guy. Here. Wait, hold on. No, that's a go. So there's goddamn. Zach, Steven, and Jason. Let's do unnamed. I feel like Dr. Wilson is going to show up if I look that up in a public search. She's saying bogus. Yeah. Dr. Stephen Wilson was a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. So there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons. This one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. Okay, so definitely bogus. His website claims that he is the pediatrician of the pediatrician to the stars. Okay. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was a doctor to the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world. He treats every patient with world-class care. He would treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. 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 Alrighty. Picture of the 3 children. It's the one with the... Okay. 2 years ago in 1986. So this is Jason. So I'm guessing this is... Okay, so this is Jason. K to 12. I'm guessing this is student college. And then student K to 12 is my guess. So Jason, so it's only 3 Zelson, so Zach and Jem. I'm guessing that Zach's the oldest one. Okay. What I get? Okay. Okay. Get you. I did all that. I was like, wait, just getting you. Okay, so okay, so neither of these 2 are right. No. So what's wrong with these 2? Katrina's the youngest one, right? And his wife was trying to get Katrina and he's like, to calm down. So that's this. She's like, calm down. This, yeah. So she has to be Katrina. She has to be Jessica. Students K to 12. So what's wrong? Actors? No, we'll put them as unknown occupation. It's clear it's whatever their occupation that's screwed up, because these have to be the right answers. This cannot be that. Okay. How do I find out about this Chris Rafferty? Okay, so what do I have so far? I almost have the whole entire Rafferty line. I still need to get this part. Clancy Jr. and spouse. Carl Roottrees. Even something about his life or something. He did Business Watch. What was that thing called again? History. Roottrees versus RR. No. No, okay. Hmm. I think it's this guy. Yeah. It's the nose. We got the same nose. Okay, if that's the case. Oh, I'm missing a lot of people from this generation. What the hell? Hmm. Oh fuck! I forgot I was gonna do something here. Hmm. Who is that William guy? There's more stuff about her too, I think. Oh wait, no, I have another picture of her. Don't I? Hold on. There you go. Okay. All right, so I have her. I have her kids. The two kids. Oh, I get it. I get it now. I think I get it. I think the reason that this stuff is going on is because this is the important, like, so see the red and white stuff around us. So if you remember before, we talked about the fact that there was this thing going on with Roottrees versus RR, right? I think these are Robert and Ronald, and I think the two brothers. So I was right, they were like the twins. They have the same name, like alliteration stuff, and I think those are related to this because this has this little like red and white bio too about Sam, and they were talking about the fact that someone from RR was trying to What was I trying? Someone from RR was trying to discredit or kick out a family member that was born out of wedlock, and then the room. And my thing is, I think that it's that Samantha was born out of wedlock because Samantha was already present for this guy's wedding to a Patricia. We don't know which one yet. Eloise. This is the name, like Eloise. That's it. You have that picture, right? There's got to be more to this picture. Film score. Davis Film School. That's what I was gonna look up earlier. Let's try. No. What is film school? Okay, how about this Paris? Okay. And you find out more about Gwen Roottrees. There's all this. There's also this stuff too. Which is the whole entire Ernie Ernest, thing. I think Ernie and Ernest have to either be But do I know this is Hudson? Look at Morden. Do I actually know that's Hudson or do I not? 'Cause I feel like I don't know that. Ernie Jr. was a former president. He said to directly precede Carl Roottrees, and he was Carl's mentor. Okay. So I need to find out who Hudson and Ernie belong to. If this is Hudson, this is Ernie over here. Right? Because Ernie has to be a Roottrees, right? Or it's a Madsen. Ernest Madsen. Oh, that's right. Wait, so... This is Ernest. This is Ernest Madsen Jr. That's possible. But I feel like Ernest Madsen Jr. That's also possible. Oh wait, hold on. First off, by the way, goes there. It has to be this person because we have a picture of the daughter. We have the picture of the wife, right? The wife has to be on one of these, But so if the wife has to be on one of these, then the Ernest is probably in the picture already, right? So this has to be, because like if we have a picture of the wife has to be able to be picked as a spouse picture, and there's only these spots available for spouse pictures, because it's not this guy, because this Ernie Jr. has a daughter, right? So he has to be the 1, 2, probably not this one, because they would have mentioned the other child in the thing, right? And it's not this person. Wait, so we know it has to be a child. So that takes out this, because there's only one child. It takes out this, because there's no child here for Ernest Jr. So it has to be one of these two. We know for a fact that there has to be a picture of the wife, so it can't be this one, so it has to be this one. So here we go. Yeah, so this is Ernest Manish Jr. He was the 4th. I don't know what the picture is. This is shit, what was her name? Nicole Madsen is the daughter. I'm guessing student K to 12. And then that's this person. And there was a Deborah, right? Deborah Bean. Okay. So one of these people is Ernest, right? Because he says in this Ernie Jr. Yeah. Next president, Guy Hudson. Okay. So, I mean, really, it's just a matter of just like, if there's only one picture attached, it's gotta be one of these two. So I'm guessing you. Oh, fuck yeah. Yippee. 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 Okay. Neato. I guess this is not Roottrees Samantha. I think it is Roottrees Samantha, but I guess she is not a housewife because she has not been picked yet. So unknown occupation for that. All right, so if that's Ernie Jr., okay, that leaves only a couple guys left, right? We know it's probably another Madsen here. How many Madsens are left? So that means this is Madsen's Ernie. And then that means that this must be Madsen Gwyneth. Okay. I think in her thing she mentioned that like, oh, Gwyneth, like, yo, Gwendolyn and Bonnie. Oh, Gwendolyn and Penny. Okay. So Bonnie, we know, also was married. That's her cousin. And the fact that she mentions cousin and not second cousin makes me think that it's on this side. So if that's her father, then Bonnie has to be one of these two people by process of elimination. The other person, whoever is here, has to be Bonnie Hudson. And then there's Christopher Hudson and then Guy Hudson. Maybe she kept her last name. Okay, so Gwendolyn has to be one of these people. Right? Yeah. Gwendolyn has to be one of these people, I think. It's probably not her because she's obviously older than this person. So she can't be that. So she has to be either you, or you. I don't know which one though. Zach Morden. Son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, grandson of Elias Roottrees. And a candy company. Elias starts to be carrying on his legacy. That's what I plan to do, along with 5 pieces of chocolate maple process, selling well by making any changes. Son of James and Gwendolyn. Already got that. Okay. He must be here. Oops. Modern. Nothing for Zach Morden. Zachariah. Okay, no. Okay, so process elimination. Okay, Hudson. If we know for a fact that this generation is the generation that we're talking about, and in this picture Guy Hudson has to be from this generation, then we know for a fact that Guy Hudson has to be one of these 2 people and not this guy. And if that's the case, then the husband's name is Christopher Hudson. And if we know that Bonnie Hudson, was it Bonnie Hudson? Yeah. We know that we know the youngest person here. Oh, well, we don't know actually. That could be this girl right here. No, it couldn't be. Right? Hold on. So 5 pieces, next gen, Free Spirits. Free Spirits is this row. Oh, that's right, because they're next gen, but they're Free Spirits, but they're older than everyone. So this person or this person, well, it has to be a Bonnie Hudson. I want to say she's Bonnie Hudson. I'm gonna say you're Guy Hudson, and I'm gonna say you're President Third. What makes you Bonnie Hudson? I don't know who you look like. which is fine. One of these three is her. Right? This is the youngest person here. Sorry. So that can't be her. So they can be here. Oh, wait, but then Caroline's talking about her. Oh, Bonnie's over here. Okay. If Guy Hudson is that, then let me look into Business Watch, because he's also a president. So Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of the two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with Angie Christopher, got that? Okay. With providing his fiery due, along with arguing over everything but chocolate would go up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara, there we go, and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas and is eager to share them with the world. We like to think Boys and Girls agree that he's ready to succeed." Copy. Gotcha. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One that ads listed as from the late 50s. Boys and Girls Agree is a series of television and magazine ads from Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. Okay, alrighty. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has added to your evidence. Except for the Roottrees. This is an ad for the Roottrees. Did they say what his sister's name was again? And Bonnie. She's got red hair. By process of elimination, it's got to be. No, he's got to be that. That's got to be Guy Hudson. Which makes this be this guy, the clerk. Because there's no way, yeah, so red hair, because their mother had red hair. Okay. And then once I get whoever they married. Okay. So what happened with Guy Hudson? Fancy flavors was an addition to 5-piece product line for less than $5 in 1979. Oh, this is the caviar guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the guy he fucked up. No, let's go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, whoopsies. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did post have a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia, whoopsies, dying in a car accident. The story itself is surprisingly light in relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There was witnesses who reported the vehicle was indicated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, cutting out other drivers off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness said it could have been any of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and the police have few leads other than the make and model. Guy been the president of Roottrees company for only 4 years, though an undoubtedly volatile period in the current company's history. He has a wife. He and his wife had no children. Oh, okay. Whoopsies. So that's Bonnie. That's Guy. Come on, push off. Unknown occupation. Okay. Then Patricia Hudson. Oh wait. Oh, Patricia. Patricia Christensen and Patricia Jones. One of the two. I don't know which one. I'm missing a picture. Oh no, I have the pictures. I have those kids. Let me look at something again. What was the? Give me this. Oh. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. What are the odds? Because they mentioned the fact that they mentioned the thing about, you know, this happening, about them being involved in the drunk driving accident. What are the odds of it actually being her, this Samantha Roottrees person? And then maybe they got evidence of that and tried to be like, oh, she led to the death of the third president. Let's kick her out. And the rest of the family was, and the whole entire trust made it very hard and they couldn't do it. Which makes me think that my client is someone from here trying to oust this person here. But that doesn't make any sense to me. Because then, I don't know. That's in Gwyneth. Caroline, female. Gwendolyn, Guy, Bonnie, Pat. It's Pat Christensen or Pat Jones? Did I ever look up Starlet? I don't think I did. Oh my god, it's a magazine. Oh my god. So it was a magazine that started the colorization of film and went until 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with focus on famous actors and actresses and didn't go on into any other aspects of filmmaker or Hollywood news. You know what that means, guys? Alright, what's her fucking name again? We're going down the list. Gwyn Roottrees. Is that her name? Okay, well, if it's not her, what's that guy's name? Wild Bill Williams. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, but with stories and gossip about who he had been seen with, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mention is one of the roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. There we go. And second is an interview, although he doesn't mention her by name. You can tell him from context talk about Gwen Roottrees. Apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was editing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Would you know that son of a bitch cut me from the picture? I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. Spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. That was her. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen argue in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not soon after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Okay, so we know who that guy is. Forsythe. Split up, and then there's 2 of these guys. One of them's one Roottrees, one's the other. What if I look up Paris? Oops. Paris. Okay. 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 No and no. Where's okay. And you're telling me that she is not mentioned in this? Okay, there we go. Oh, I guess I'd say her full name. Okay, Gwen Roottrees was often in Starlet. Her mentions were around the time of her divorce of 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. What did I do before? What did it's because I just looked up Gwen. I didn't tell you what the wrong. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Other mentioned that you didn't pull her full name. God damn it. I figured it would figure it out by its own, but I guess not. The rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs who left her heartbroken. There was an interview from earlier in 1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless you with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't want to have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although I've relocated..." Oh god, she did. Those are definitely her kids. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know you readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about the both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. We also plan to lean into alliteration. Oh my god, I knew it. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Okay. All right. So first off, minus Cornwall. All right. So we have a Ronald and a Robert. Okay. One of these two is a fucking director. That's my guess. Or a screenwriter. Because they have a picture of them and it's the film score. Roottrees Elias mechanic. Who are you? Alongside the farmhands, Easy and John. The farmhands, Easy and John. Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. I think it's a farmer. Because he said farmhands, so I'm guessing also a farmer. Which other Roottrees is there? There's Jack, Christina, November. Well, Jack's the only one left of this. Oh, there's Edward. Okay, so there's an Edward Roottrees, there's a Jack Roottrees, and there's a Wolf Roottrees. I need to find out more about Clancy. I need to find out about this generation. This generation's fucking me over. Like, this generation's not great either, but like this generation is specifically like, I have nothing on him and his family. Nothing. I have some stuff here. Like, I have names here. This side is almost done. Got name here, missing a name here, missing a name here. Stephanie Landon. Oh, dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Oh, okay. There we go. Got that one. I was okay. Okay, what books can I search? What the fuck is wrong with these? That's Katrina, that's Jessica. These are definitely their fucking names. Okay, let's. K to 12. They're not babies. No. Could they be like out of school? No. The occupation has to be incorrect. Hmm. Housewife, lol. No. No, no, sorry. Is it Clark Rafferty? Is that his name? Yeah, Clark Rafferty. No. Okay. Right. Everyone's a housewife. Everyone's a housewife. You gotta be housewife. You gotta be housewife. How will I find out what you do for a living? There's the one who has volunteered, which makes sense because he's the oldest son. That's so fucking good. That maybe they wanted to go the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product is fucking insane. Hmm. Zach's not a bad person at all. His sister did a good job raising her twins. So the Hudson twins. Gwen came out of divorce with a head high, so she can meet her kids. Okay, all right. So first off, let's go look into. Let's go at the public library, Matano, and then do God damn, what's her name? Lauren Roottrees. Yep, maybe. Yeah, I should figure this one. The other be a different name than when you search for it. Yes, he did it underneath. Boy, this is gonna be annoying. Okay. Re-released as X marks the spot. Okay. Visiting the diary 10 years later. Oof. This is the original known Roottrees diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects: the death of the Elias. A summary of that follow has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Alright, after this part, we're done for the day. This has gone, we went on a lot, but we're gonna get a lot of information here probably. But after this, we're gonna be done. The diary opens with the explosive incident that happened on the decade between the release and the re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud: Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told that her parents had died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate child of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. There we fucking go. Okay, finally. Illegitimate, born out of wedlock. Which means, if she was born out of wedlock, she's the person that one court case was about, which means she led to the death of somebody, or she caused harm against somebody, which makes me think it's still a thing about Guy Hudson. Patricia, the daughter of a local street muggle, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after birth, her family refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away in a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. That's where the wedding that Lauren mentioned, like, oh, I didn't recognize Sam at. Lauren mentioned that the wedding in the first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottrees in the first place, which is, you know what? He's right. He's right. Even though she was not part of the clan's trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Okay, that's the first part. Additional notes. Clearly, I did not know of this true family history when I wrote this. I did not even know Sam was a Roottrees. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. had been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It had been a long time since any of the real Roottrees was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What's I'm most ashamed of was I figured it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Her children have that covered. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Alright. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Interesting. I'm sure Sam will forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gen, but she has a palpable hatred for the five pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. Reading this back, I got deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Clancy or Edward. Edward, okay. So, that is Edward Roottrees. Okay. Oh, Eli C. Practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Clark and Jim, James Roottrees. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out of the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, but I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Okay. Biggest complaint after I got my publishing by my diary is how many sibling names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Eli's for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior or Miracle's Eli or Eli C. So, Uncle Junior is her uncle, Miracle Eli is her cousin, and then Eli C is her brother. Our family's name has always been unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and grandmother Grandma Grennett's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Clancy, yeah, okay. One thing that always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for America Eli or even Clancy. With a woman, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn, who was Eliza's mother. Women's names tend to go mixed up as the generations go on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. Huh. Yeah, you're right. I never thought about that. So if you're reading my diary confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving a certified mail from an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. So he's Clancy Edward. Then he's Edward. And he's Clancy. And he's Elias named after him. Yeah, fucking original. Fucking original, guys. I'm guessing, by the way, one of these people is not a farmer. That's definitely Guy Hudson, right? So I only need 2 more hits. Farmer, I guess. I don't think you're a farmer. I think you're something else, and that's what's throwing me off. An occupation. Okay. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger. And she believes she based on a teacher's name. She must have been in the 3rd grade. Doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she doesn't remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and she did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. So I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me not to worry. I'm glad she is gone. What? So Lauren met someone who said that some girl who hugged her father and said that her Pop is my dad. Just little family out at this point. Yeah, this is all right. So we're gonna do the little things we can do with that what we just got just now, which is some stuff, and then we'll stop. So what we discovered, I think there's something about go back to the first one about this. She was seeing somebody to run the farm, any decisions related to it. Sam was the return with a local farmhand known as EC. And then there was thing about Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Green thumb of her mother. It's like a botanist or something. And her adopted grandfather. Was she a farmer? Is that what it was? Or was she, because she was a media mogul. She was like, wasn't a pilot or anything like that. she was running the farm. So she was a farmer or she was a CEO. I'll put it down as farmer for now. Oh, that's right though. We know this is her because they got we know these are the glasses thing because of the fact that's the most important thing we got, because they've talked about doesn't have the thick glasses that Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. But children have that covered. They both got thick glasses. So it's these two guys, right? All right. So if that's the case, if these two are the people, right, then by process of elimination, we've whittled it down. The last kids left over. So that's got to be Gwendolyn. And then I don't know who this is, but this is that person. I'm guessing there must be Candy. Is either Candy, Christina, or November? Because you can't be Roottrees. You're no longer Roottrees. The Roottrees are only here. So here and here. So only. Did they keep Roottrees? They kept Roottrees. So only these people could be Roottrees, but this person has to be this person. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We know these are Robert and Ronald. So the last remaining Roottrees are Candy, Jack, Christina, November, and Tessa. And we know for a fact. Oh, and I guess Wolf. Right? So she looks like she's probably either Tessa, Christina, November, or Candy. Those are the only options we have. And that's where it ends, though. Wait, hold on. But we do know who this can be. Because we have all the people listed here. Let's go to Miracle. We have Bonnie, Guy, Uni Jr., Carolyn. I wish this would, like, when you hovered over it would show you who's who. Gwyneth M, Gwendolyn, Miracle, Jim, Clark, Carl. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then, so who am I missing then? I got Guy, I got Bonnie, I got Ernie, I got Carolyn, I got Gwyneth, and I got Gwendolyn. That's Gwyneth, that's Gwendolyn. Miracle J, Jim, who's over here? Jim is this guy. Clark, Carl, and Carl, and I have Eli. Whose name is it? Gwyneth or Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn, Gwyneth, Caroline, Guy, Bonnie, Ernie, Clark, Carl, Jim. Whose name am I forgetting? Oh, and then there's Miracle Jr. and Light. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. How many names are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Eli M. have Eli M, right? So Eli, what's this website? What's this website? Miracle Jr., Eli, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, Bonnie's over here, Guy's over here, Clock and Call. Oh, November. There we go. And childish print, the writing, it says November. Childish print writing. Okay. Okay, we have our November Roottrees. Okay. And with that, that's where we're gonna stop for today, because I don't think we're gonna get any more without having to dig a lot deeper and get more researching on the computer and whatnot. Gotta use one of them fancy computers. But we'll continue this. I want to say next week on Monday, but I kind of want to play this more. So I have a wild card on Saturday, and it was supposed to be FF14, most likely. But I may just do this. I'll depend. I may see. I mean, I highly doubt. I'll definitely get done at least with the base game of this next time. Kind of, it said something at the beginning. Go into home. Return to game. Save and quit. At the beginning of the game, it says could do both, doesn't take too long. FF14 is just based off of how I feel, but Roottrees are dead. I'm not sure. I think it's gonna take longer because it asks for. And there's a new thing you can unlock called Roottrees Mania, which you can get supposedly after you beat the game, which is a whole ton of the mode. And I think that's gonna be even more stuff. I don't want to look into details about it, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel. Either that or I'll just stream on Wednesday, which would be probably a no, but we'll see. Anyway, we're gonna find someone to raid. I'm gonna keep this music on instead of going to just chatting because I like it. You go with the vibes then? Yeah. Who's live? It's like 10 p.m. Let's go say hi. We haven't seen hi to a long time. Someone's got to put your name wrong there, Sunny. Let's make sure they're still streaming. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right. Yeah. I should have done that before I started the raid, but it's okay. Anyhow, we're waiting to chill. We'll continue tomorrow. Tomorrow we're definitely doing this because tomorrow we're starting Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, which is going to be fun because it's my first time playing through that game fully through. So I'm actually going to experience that for the first time on stream. Then we're going to have Wednesday supposed to be off because Wednesday is supposed to be the day that I do my taxes. Yay! Woo! Fun time! Taxes! Yeah! Thursday we have Metal Gear Solid 2. Saturday we have the wildcard stream, most likely Final Fantasy 14, depending on how I'm feeling where I am. Yeah, woo! Adult stuff, yeah, woo! But until then, I'll see you around. If you watch this later, thank you for coming, thank you for lurking, thank you for being here. Anyhow, and bye.